Good morning, everyone. It is 9:31. We will call our County Council meeting to order for Tuesday, July 7th. We have an agenda in front of us. If someone would like to move that, Councillor DePalm.
I would move our council agenda for Tuesday, July the 9th, or July 7th as presented.
Any questions or concerns with the agenda? Councillor Brewster.
There's one change. 6.1 is listed in the package as Division 4, but I think it's Division 5.
It is.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor of the agenda? Carried unanimously. Takes us to our minutes from June 16th. If someone would like to move those. Councillor Ritz.
I move we approve the minutes from June 16th.
Thank you. Did anyone see any errors or omissions in the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor of the minutes? Carried unanimously. Takes us into our reports for the day, item 5.1, and that looks like Mr. Dietrich.
Good morning. And I do have Director Graves here in case there's some budgetary questions that he can handle a little bit more with more clarity than I can provide. Just making sure we are broadcasting. Good morning. Today we're to consider a budget amendment to repay Rural Connect for construction of Red Deer County broadband assets. On June 16th, Red Deer County Council defeated a bylaw to guarantee payment of Rural Connect's credit facilities. Since June of 25, when Equus pulled backing of their development facility, which was the capital financing, Rural Connect has been carrying Red Deer County capital on their operating line of credit. This was supposed to be temporary until a new credit facility was in place. Upon defeat of the $5 million guarantee bylaw, Rural Connect had no other option than to invoice Red Deer County for the capital spent to date, as their cash position is critically low. Rural Connect was created with the intent to move community assets forward towards self-sustainment. In the county's case, it was determined that from a purely subscriber point of view, that would take another $10.4 million in construction to acquire customers. The invoices submitted by Connect were for the construction of assets to attract customers to the network. Construction began in 24, and now 1,518 homes of the county are connected to fiber, with 38 being subscribers. So that's approximately 15% of our population. In March of 26, Rural Connect provided council with an updated construction plan targeting customers with high density areas. The proposed works for 2026 would have added another 25% of homes to the connected network. Since the defeat of the borrowing guarantee, all work has ceased on Red Deer County construction. Therefore, the growth of subscriber base will be limited to past construction, most specifically in the 3 subdivisions that were constructed in 2025. The invoices total $5.5 million, inclusive of GST. These costs related to the construction were verified by the county to June of 26. With the guarantee bylaw, there is no cash direct outlay associated. In that case, the county would have been invoiced annually on principal and interest at prime plus 0.15%, which is currently 4.6%. With all the options being proposed today, direct cash from the county will be required. In order to finance the repayment of these invoices, the options include providing a partial payment to allow for the county to come up with a long-term solution, or pay the invoices in their entirety. Long-term solutions include utilization of the county's line of credit, which is currently prime minus 0.5%, which is 3.95%, or consideration of a 5-year debenture, the rate of which currently is 3.26%. And of course, this is subject to the whims of, as Mr. Graves has always talked to you about, the Treasury and how they set bond rates. And so this is today's rate. Tomorrow's rate may be different. The other option would be to work with Equus towards a solution to the benefit of Red Deer County and Rural Connect. Our alternatives: A, that council provide a budget amendment of $500,000 with funds coming from general reserves to provide for an immediate $500,000 installment on RFCL invoices to allow for additional long-term options to be developed. Or B, approve a budget amendment of $5.5 million with funds coming from general reserves to pay all RCL invoices. Or C, deny this application. Our recommendation is that council approve a budget amendment of $500,000 with funds coming from general reserves to provide for an immediate $500,000 installment on Rural Connect invoices to allow for time for additional options to be developed. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. And as always, broadband's a little bit of a tricky one because much of it's discussed in closed session, but I'm quite comfortable starting our questions in open if they pertain to this report specifically. I think we should be okay, but if there is a need to move in closed session, we have that opportunity. So if anyone wants to start with questions. And Councillor DePalm?
Thanks for the report. So I guess my first question is, I guess with the options that have been laid out, if it was, I guess, pushed to do more negotiating or figuring out Equus's part in this, how would this affect at this point in time if this doesn't happen? And I mean, something comes up with Equus or is worked out with Equus or whatever, because they were in it from the beginning. So
Thank you. I'll keep this very general, and then if we need to more specific. So the two primary options are utilization of the line of credit or the debenture route. Administration would recommend the debenture route, lowest interest rate, and ultimately we'd pay lower amounts based on the borrowing than if we finance through the service credit facility as proposed by Rural Connect. So those would be the recommended options. The third option is a conversation that potentially the mayor had with the Equus board, and I haven't seen anything, so I don't know what that would look like. But I do know that I would like to control Red Deer County's fate, and so I wouldn't necessarily put a lot of stake on a deal that we haven't even procured yet or negotiated with Equus. So I don't know the terms of it, but in terms of Red Deer County's fate, I would recommend that we go to a pay per play model, just like we do at the Red Deer Regional Airport. As you know, we have an operating deficit, have for since the beginning of time, and we also have capital that we do every year. We'd then approve capital every year. If there is a desire to do a subdivision, let's say we wanted to go into Red Lodge Estates or something like that next year, we could do that. We could also, that would be much like how Paintearth County is doing, is they pay as you go, and so they don't have any use for any operating or capital credit facility. But if there's anything specific that the mayor might add, I would suggest going into camera regarding the Equus.
Go ahead.
So I guess my next question would be is, So the invoices that were given to the county for the 5.5 million, was all that work done in 2025 or 2024?
It was done since the beginning, so since 24. So last year, they did Lynn Valley, Valley Ridge, and Poplar Ridge were completed. In 24, they had a number of communities. I think Dixon was done and a few others. But yeah, it was 24 and 25 construction.
Okay, I got a couple more, but I don't know if they should be enclosed.
Like I say, that we certainly have that opportunity. So if that's the route we want to go at this time, we could have a motion to do that. Go around once. We can keep going, and if we get through a round and we're not comfortable, then we can reevaluate. Councillor Rihanna Hansen.
Yeah, thanks for the report. My only question at this time is, how timely is this payment or decision on the route that we're going to go?
As council heard at the Rural Connect annual meeting, yeah, the timing is critical. They have probably enough cash to go for 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gerard.
On this 5.5 million of work that was completed, this comes out of the 10.5 million guarantee that the county gave to RCL, correct?
Yes, in terms of the 10.4 million guarantee, and I'll air quote guarantee, it's actually being reduced right now. So it's a 5.5 million, so yeah, it's coming out of that 10.4. So there's still, 5.9 million or 4.9 million coming more.
Okay, and then the guarantee, did we take that out of our reserves when we guaranteed that at the time of budget?
No, we did not.
Okay, that's good for now.
Councillor Brewster.
Thank you for the report. So just the 500,000 that has been asked for the alternative today, how long does that cover Rural Connect for?
2 months.
I'm just going to follow off that question. If we do go that route, will we be asked for another $500,000 every 2 months moving forward? Like, is that what the installments will be?
I think the goal here is that we would buy time for council to have a conversation about what the long term looks like. I think that's something that came in our previous decision. There was obviously lack of comfort with the direction at that time. That's why council made the decision they did, and things have developed rather rapidly with the AGM, and now we're in this situation. And so I think the goal of, if we choose the recommendation, is to buy the time that this could come back to GPC and council could really evaluate some of the long-term options. I heard mention of working with our partners a little bit more. There could be some potential there as well that maybe minimizes the long term. Councillor Ritz.
I guess given that critical time frame and the customers we have, how does that affect them if we don't follow the recommendation today?
As was discussed at the Rural Connect annual meeting, every time we're in front of council with negative, it makes their job tougher. So obviously it puts their customer base at risk. People, if Red Deer County Council doesn't support Rural Connect, who will? And so, yeah, it puts gaining customers and makes their job 10 times harder.
Yep, go ahead.
If we followed the recommendation, is there a timeline that we can guarantee that we'll have those talks with our partners ahead of that 30 days?
I believe the conversation with the mayor and the Equus chair said that potentially he could get on the next board meeting of Equus, but I don't know when that is. That said, with Red Deer County, we would come back before the end of the summer.
July 27th is the board meeting that I've been officially invited to. So. Okay, we went once around. I'm hearing there might be some unanswered questions still. So if we need to go in closed session to address those, we would require a motion to do so. Councillor Gerard.
I motion that we go into closed at 9:46.
Any questions on moving into closed? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll just have to give.
Mayor Ramsey, are you
But you can't wait to see what's for lunch. No heads up. Jen didn't tell you yet?
We'll find out. Are we ready? Okay, I think I got a nod there. So coming back into open session, were there further questions of council? Councillor Gerard?
I just want to clarify that the 10.4 million was a loan guarantee only from the county that did not come out of reserves, and we did not spend that money.
Correct. We have not spent 10.4 million.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none. Oh, yep. Councillor Carly Hansen?
No, actually, never mind, no.
Okay. I guess just for myself, we amended the recommendation a little bit here. So I just want to clarify this $500,000 payment that would go against what we're owing for our capital, and then that would buy us the time to have further conversation on what direction we want to go long term.
Correct. The 500,000 is an installment on the 5.5 million of invoices. We present options based on use of our existing bank facility being service, and alternatively we would look at maybe some debenture financing as well.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion? Councillor Ritz.
I move that we approve a budget amendment of $500,000 with funds coming from general reserves to provide for an immediate $500,000 capital installment on Rural Connect Limited capital invoices to allow for time for additional options to be developed.
Thank you. Comments or debate? Councillor DePalm? No. Councillor Ryan Hansen? Councillor Gerard?
Sure. So this will reduce our loan or our capital with Rural Connect to 5 million from 5.5.
Correct. That will be a go right against the invoices, the amount owing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brewster? Councillor Carly Hansen?
Yeah, I will support that motion. It's paying a bill that we owe for. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think we had good discussion here today, and as indicated, we're putting a bit of a payment against our capital that's already been spent, and so allowing this council the time to find a path forward and how we're going to do that long term. So, with that, Councillor Ritz, did you want to close? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so that motion is carried 5-2 with Councillors Gerard and DePalm opposed. Okay. Moving into item 5.2. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Cruzy.
So through the CEO to Mayor and Council. Yeah, I'll be here to present on this. So the purpose of this is to consider a request from the Agricultural Service Board to enact the Grazing and Road Right-of-Ways Program in 2026. Next slide. So for the background, Red Deer County Policy 7003, Grazing and Roadside Right-of-Ways, was enacted on August 17th of 2021. This policy allows the county to adopt a resolution authorizing landowners to graze livestock in ditches adjacent to their land due to severe drought. This program was authorized in 2021, 2023, 2024, and 2025, with one landowner signing up during 3 of those years. On May 21st, 2026, Red Deer County's Ag Service Board gave direction to bring forward consideration of grazing and road right-of-ways. At that time, soil moisture was at the extremely low to the driest condition, according to the provincial Agricultural Moisture Situation Update. The most current Agricultural Moisture Situation Update, published in June 18th, 2026, places soil moisture at low to moderately low. I do have one more update after this. On the PowerPoint that's not in the actual resolution, there was a newer one posted this morning. So I do have that map here as well. But since June 18th, the Agricultural Moisture Situation Update, an additional 3 inches of rain has fallen in the Red Deer area. With the additional rain since the May 21st ASB meeting, the guideline in the Red Deer County Policy 7003, Grazing and Roadside Right-of-Ways, that allows grazing and road right-of-ways in periods of severe drought may no longer be met. The next slide will have the map from the July 1st update that was posted today. As you can see, the little Red Deer County area is highlighted there. We are now in near normal for soil moisture. So, yeah, so we're much better than we've been in at least a few years here. So public implications. As part of this agenda, this report has been shared online. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. Should council authorize the roadside grazing program, the public will be made aware of this program using social media and the Meet in the Wheat email list. Next slide. There is risk to the public in having animals graze in the roadside. There are fencing requirements and restrictions on the time of day that the animals are allowed to be grazing in the ditch to minimize risk. There are also liability insurance requirements, with Red Deer County named as co-insured to address this liability. And alternatives. So alternative A is to authorize livestock grazing in the ditch portion of the road right-of-way in 2020. So that should say 2026, due to drought conditions in compliance with policy number 7003, grazing and roadside right-of-ways. B, refer this matter back to the Agricultural Service Board, identifying additional information that is required by council. Or C, deny livestock grazing in the ditch portion of a roadside right-of-way into 2026. And that is it.
Okay, questions of the report? Councilor Brewster?
Thank you for the report. I guess now that we're no longer in the drought situation, now that we're near normal, which is great news, this says that we're no longer within the policy. In order to pass this, would we have to change the policy, or do we just have to admit that we're without policy scope?
Through the CAO to council, a policy is not necessarily a law. A policy is just direction, so you can set aside a council policy at any point in time. So we would change the resolution to set aside the requirements of the policy if you were to permit roadside grazing. I do just want to check with administration, though, that I believe when this policy was developed, there was a legal opinion permitting the policy, and I just want to make sure that if we do set aside the policy to permit roadside grazing, that we aren't outside of legal direction that we've received to date.
That's a good question, Samantha, and I actually don't have the answer without us doing some research on that.
Okay. Or you got more? Go ahead.
We have had a request from the same person who's done the roadside grazing, so we have had a request to allow it this year. So just a conversation based on that.
Councilor Carly Hansen?
How many requests have there been? Just one for Red Deer County for roadside grazing in Division 4?
Through the CEO to Mayor and Council, yes, there's only been one in the last several years. There has been other situations where we have found landowners grazing in the ditch. We have spoken to them. None of those have turned into a request. They've all either stopped, or there's some individuals who signed up for a haying program instead, which is available every year, where they can hay our ditches and bring the hay into their animals that way.
Okay, so just, and maybe a rookie question, the amount of rain that we got, is that a danger to the animals or danger to the land? Like the higher amount of rain, so it's outside of our, are they gonna wreck the ditch, or are they gonna wreck themselves? Like why is that stopping us from moving forward?
From my understanding, from when this program was brought originally, because of the increase of liability to the county, that the risk was only justified during periods of drought. Therefore, when there should be plenty of hay in the pasture, there shouldn't be a reason to then the county to take on the extra liability of grazing in ditches and having heavy animals beside the road.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Councillor Ritz, Councillor Palm.
Thanks for the presentation. So one question I have is, this person that usually uses this, could they hay their portion of the ditch where they have their cattle? Do we know if they could or not?
From speaking to him in the past, he's always said that if this program's available, he'll sign up for it. If not, he doesn't have an issue with not using the ditch. The little bit of extra portion he's gaining is, especially in a year where there's plenty of grass in the field, is not really necessary for him to utilize for his animals.
Okay, it's just I guess, nice to have extra a little bit. Okay, thanks. That's my only question.
Councillor Ryan Hansen.
Just to clarify this, there's no cost to the county for doing this, just liability of the ditches?
There is no dollar cost to the county. We do inspect the site beforehand to ensure it is safe for there to be animals there. We do lend out signs to the individual, and we inspect the site as well through. So there is some time requirement, but there is no straight up dollar requirement on our part.
Okay, and just for one applicant?
Yes, currently we were only expecting one applicant, but of course, it being open to the public, there could be more.
Correct. Thank you.
Councillor Gerard, any questions? Yeah, it's already kind of been alluded to, and I know seeing this in the past, I'm just curious. I get the liability, and we want to be cautious with this. Is there a way we could find a longer term solution to work with this one producer? Like, we've done it a number of years in very dry conditions, and no one wants to meet the steep requirements except this one guy. And it costs a lot of time to try and pass this policy every year, and even in a wetter year, he kind of still is interested. So I'm just curious if there's something longer term that I don't know through the ASB or something we could look at. Maybe we can't answer that question today, but if there's one producer that's willing to meet the requirements, if we could come up with something a little simpler for them to work within. But yeah, that was hypothetical, I guess. So. Sounds like a task for the ASB. Okay, if there's no further questions, we'd be looking for a motion. Councillor Gerard?
I motion that we authorize livestock grazing in the ditch portion of right-of-way, and as for our policy number 7.003.
Through the mayor, we would just recommend, based on the information presented today, an amendment to say that council authorize livestock grazing in the ditch portion of a road right-of-way in 2026 and set aside the requirements of drought conditions to exist for the roadside grazing set in policy number 7.003, grazing in road right-of-ways.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I think that's what I said.
Okay, so motion to approve. Councillor Brewster, comments or debate?
I know I asked this at ASB, but we've never had any problems with the applicant, correct? He's always been very compliant.
Yes, the applicant has always followed the rules as set out within the policy.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Ritz, Councillor Palm.
I guess my only concern, if we do this and we set aside the policy, if like heaven forbid something did happen, are we liable? Like, I don't want to be setting aside a policy and something goes sideways, someone gets killed, and then we've set aside a policy in legal aspect of it. That's my only concern.
Mr. Hersberg.
Yep. So I know it's kind of debate time, but questions I think at this point are good. The only thing we're setting aside in that policy is that there has to be a drought condition. All the other pieces of that policy will stay in place in terms of the inspection and the fencing and all that. So I think we're
Okay.
still, that should satisfy any insurance coverage folks that we have that might be interested in this should there be an incident. But we can never guarantee you're not going to get sued for something. That's always someone's option. But I think you're still putting the right safety mechanisms or leaving those in place. The reason the policy had to change is because the new maps don't show it as a drought condition for very much of, or if any of the county really for that matter. That's the difference in setting aside the whole policy versus just the piece about the drought.
Okay, so we're just setting up just that piece of it. The rest of it stays in place then? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Councillor Ryan Hansen, comments or debate?
Yes and no. Yeah, I'm just struggling a little bit with the drought portion of it. If we're not in drought, I'm assuming this came out for a reason. I just don't know if this is necessary still, given the time and effort, but also recognizing that the farmer wants to do it. So yeah, that's just a comment.
Yeah, fair enough. I would agree. You know, when I first seen the report, I'm like, well, is it really necessary this year? But I know historically we've had one kind of applicant willing to meet. You know, it's not easy to do this. They got to jump through some hoops to be able to do it, and we have one applicant that's pretty adamant about it. And so I have no issue supporting this here today. I am hopeful that our ASB could maybe look at a different way of allowing this program if it's just going to historically continue to be one applicant. If there's kind of an easier way we can make this work, I'd certainly be open to that as well. But I have no problem supporting this if the applicant's willing to work with the county on the requirements necessary to make it safe. So, Councillor Gerard, any closing comments?
No, I think if we can just work with our residents to get some grazing in the ditches, I think it's a great thing. So, wet or dry, I think it's good.
All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. Item 5.3.
All right, good morning, Council. So this is to consider a proposal from the Delburne and District Agricultural Society to support a CFEP grant for a new ice plant for the Agriplex Arena in Delburne. And recreation service provider funding is identified in Council's strategic priorities. So a little bit of background on the arena and the ice plant, or the Agriplex and the ice plant. But when I say arena, you consider it interchangeable. It was constructed in 1994. Typical ice plants are 20-25 year lifespan, stretching 30 years. So this is 32 years old. And the operator and the refrigeration company that maintains this have indicated that it's becoming increasingly problematic. So they've been seeing increased repairs over the last few years, as well as some other issues. We did do building condition assessments as the county. So this is on county-owned land. This is a county-owned building. We did those in 2024, where it was identified that the ice plant likely had about 2 years of serviceable life, and we worked with the Ag Society to come up with some more detail and come forward. So what the Society has done is they're seeking out funding through the Community Facility Enhancement Program, so CFEP, and this is a 50-50 matching program for which municipalities are not eligible. So community organizations are eligible, municipalities are not. The large stream of this grant has changed in the last few years in terms of they now have to do an expression of interest. So they submit an expression of interest to the grant program. They review it and essentially come back and say, yes, it looks like you could potentially qualify. So it's like a pre-screening. So they received word of that in late June and shared that with us, but they have to submit their grant application by the end of July. And this is the only council meeting that you have scheduled in July, hence why it's here and somewhat as an emergent item / last minute add. So the society has fundraised so far a total of $111,000 in change towards the project. They do have quotes from providers, so they did come back with that additional detail and currently have an estimated project cost of $866,000. I want to note the CFAP large project stream is capped at $1 million, so they could apply for up to $1 million. And therefore, we could expect that if we were being asked to match, we could have a match up to $500,000. Of course, any other sources of funding, whether it's in-kind, volunteer time, sponsorships, donations, anything like that, come out. They kind of come off the top, and then it's 50-50 from there. So we don't necessarily know what their actual application will look like, but we have reason to believe that it's going to be close to that $1 million figure. So what does that look like in terms of implications? I guess really if we don't do this is the question. So the Agriplex Arena is operational year round. It houses adult and youth hockey, figure skating, 4-H programs, and arena riding. So it does operate in all 4 seasons. And it is operated by the Delburne and District Ag Society and run with an awesome group of volunteers. This is right off their website. So the note to note, if we're doing this upgrade, it does improve operator and public safety, minimizes environmental risks, and extends the arena's service life. It is an ammonia brine system, so as you may know, ammonia is one of those things that if it leaks, it is a toxic gas, and so it does pose a public health risk if there was a leak from the system or a failure of the system. It's probably the single biggest risk that most small municipalities have is an old arena with ammonia in it and an aging system. But then it's also important too that this is the local arena for everybody within a 40-kilometer radius. So it would impact many county residents, families, organized sports, schools, local businesses, and the neighboring communities if this ice plant was to no longer be in operation. Standard communications as part of this agenda, the report's been shared online, and we will provide the Ag Society administration with written notification of what the decision was. And since it's a fairly tight timeline, you can bet that we'll be doing it immediately after the decision is made here. So there are essentially 2 alternatives for council to consider. So alternative A is to provide a letter of support for the Delburne and District Agricultural Society respecting their CFAP grant application. So that is a requirement of the CFAP application that the owner of the land provides a letter of support. But then the second piece, so it's a 2-part ask, is to direct administration to include $500,000 in the 2027 budget to fund this project if the CFAP grant application is successful. So essentially we're capping it at what we could expect our maximum to be. Or the other option is to deny this application. So essentially not provide a letter of support or not provide the funding. If you don't provide both of the things above, their CFAP grant will be denied. That's as straight up as I can be with respect to that. So administration recommends alternative A, which is that council provide a letter of support, and that council direct administration to include $500,000 in the 2027 budget to fund this project if the CFAP application is successful.
Thank you for the report. Are there questions? Councillor Gerard?
So is the new system ammonia-based?
Through the CEO to Mayor and Council, I'm not sure specifically. I didn't dive fully into the details. Even if it is, it would be newer. So obviously newer safety standards, newer vessels piping, so lower risk. But I'm not sure. They did get a number of quotes and they're fairly thick. And we scrolled to, this came in very quickly, and I want to say thanks to Assistant CAO Dietrich, who put this all together, because I was out sick last week, and so we were able to get this on the agenda in time. So I don't know that one off the top of my head.
And would we anticipate another 20-25 years of lifespan?
Yes, we would definitely anticipate another 20-25 years of lifespan. Looking at the building condition assessment that we did, the building itself is in really good shape. We've done some recent renovations in the last 10 years. There's the standard, there'll be some HVAC things like a furnace, a boiler, a water tank. There'll be some stuff like that needs to be replaced. But this would be what we'd call one of the most significant components of the building, and it would extend the life for whatever the life is of the new ice plant.
Thank you.
Councillor Brewster.
Thank you for the report. So I guess one of my questions was already answered, but I'm assuming that they would continue to fundraise on their own, which would help with their matching portion, the portion they would contribute towards us to help match it. I'm making that assumption anyway. Like, how long have they been fundraising in order to raise $111,000? That seems like quite a lot.
Yeah, through CAO to Mayor and Council, as indicated from their website, and honestly, they are an awesome group of volunteers. They work very hard. They have strong community support in this area. And they do push, and then they run a significant number of events, which also helps. Obviously, it funds their operating cost and some of this smaller capital. But generally speaking, yeah, they would still continue to go out and try and fundraise as much as possible after this. And they do. There's a long, well, it's a short timeline on the CFEP grant. There's a long window on finding out about approval, which hence the 2027 budget piece. Okay. So that gives them quite a bit of runway once they get their application in to know to push forward with sponsorship, fundraising, all those things that they're going to try and do.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And then what does this do for our budget next year, our budget line?
I may defer that to Director Graves. I don't want to sound facetious. Obviously, it would add another $500,000 to our operating. Although since it's our facility, I'm not sure if we can capitalize this or not. That's a bit of a discussion. Ultimately, in terms of when we look at maintaining that arena, I guess if we looked at what's the other alternative? If the ice plant went down, now we essentially have an egg arena, not a skating arena. So we have a dirt floor arena that only offers those events. Or if something was the other case and the Ag Society said, oh, well, then we're not going to continue to operate this, then we're looking at the fact that we have ownership of a building and figuring out how to go about doing that. So I would say that the $500,000 is significantly less. Note that municipalities are not eligible for CFEP funding. So if it became ours and we were owning and operating it, this would be a funding stream we would not have access to.
Councillor Carly Hansen.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm first that that is a Red Deer County building. I just wanted to make sure that's out loud. So yeah, and to replace an ice plant, what is the length of construction? And I understand that it's a while before we get the CFIP, or understand if the grant is approved or not. But would it be ready for the 27-28 hockey season?
Yes, I believe so. They may, depending on when they get word, of course, they'll be right in the midst of the 26-27 season. Yeah. So ultimately, it'll come down to what the operator decides to do when they get, when or if they are successful on that grant. Yeah. They may choose to do something. So this is that first step to get them out the door, and then we expect to work much more closely with them on detail over the coming months, okay. Particularly because of the size and scope even of the project.
Thank you.
Councillor Ritz. Councillor Palm.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I know this is needed and stuff. I guess one question I have is, have they went to the town of Delburne or village of Delburne? Like, what is Delburne going to contribute to this as well?
Yeah, so I do not know if they have specifically asked the village of Delburne with respect to this CFAP application, but they have historically always gone through that route, and we have a very strong partnership, I guess, with the village of Delburne and with the Ag Society, and then with the county. So this is something that we could definitely work forwards and work towards. If the village of Delburne were to come in with anything, it would essentially be able to come out of our municipal share. So it could reduce any amount here. So this is essentially the worst case or the highest cost scenario for us as the county.
Okay, but they are going to go talk to them. I guess I need reassurance on that part because we contribute a lot out there. So I just want to, reassurance.
Yes, this is one of those things. And so having spoken with them and knowing where they're going, the big thing is the letter of support has to come from us as the owners. And they also have to prove that they have matching funding. So if the county is willing to say, yes, you have matching funding, that will increase the likelihood of success of their application. And then we can work together with all those partners that we have a great working relationship to figure out the final details. So that is absolutely a thing that will happen, is the county, the village, and the Ag Society are all going to work together on this.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ryan Hansen.
So there's a bit of a discrepancy, and I'm assuming it might be a difference, maybe contingency. So the amount they're asking for is 433, but we've got 500 in there.
Yeah, through the CAO and Mayor and Council. So originally, when Assistant CAO Dietrich put the report together, he took the number at half, and as I was out, I just said, well, it could be up to $1 million, and so building on contingency, and also those were quotes that they received. Based on that level of scope, we're probably going to have to competitively tender. Well, we will have to competitively tender the project because that'll be the requirements both of the program as well as us as the county as a funder for the size and scope. So we don't know what those final numbers will be. So that's why we want to say this is the maximum amount it will be. Obviously, if the project came in at $750,000, then they would reduce it down, but they're going to apply for the maximum amount in the CFEP grant that they would be eligible for.
That makes perfect sense. If we're budgeting and funding this, is it potentially possible that some other organization is going to lose funding, or we'll just take care of that during the budget season?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So they did apply under the rural community, the capital assistance grant program, and early this year, and we noted that it's ineligible for that program because that program's meant at smaller asks. Hence why this is coming forward as a separate ask. So this would not impact that budget unless council chose to change those budget lines. So yes, if council chose to change the budget, then it could impact somebody else. But this isn't necessarily taking away from anywhere in specific. This is an overall operating or capital line. Once we figure out where and how we're going to put it in there, that would be an additional $500,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I think my questions were answered. Councillor Gerard, this is your area if you want to make a motion.
Yeah, you bet. I motion that council does provide a letter of support for the Delburne and District Ag Society respecting the Community Facility Enhancement Program grant, and direct administration to include $500,000 to the 2027 budget to fund this project if the Community Facility Enhancement Program application is successful.
Thank you. Comments or debate? Councillor Brewster.
I think because we own the land, basically own the building, this is going to come to us eventually one way or another, either as an emergency or being prepared like they're being right now. So I can definitely support this one.
Councillor Carly Hansen.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm 100% supportive of this. I believe that arenas are in the same category as schools, churches, community halls. It's kind of the heartbeat of a community. So I would hate to see even people from out in Division 5 use the Delburne Arena. So, it is a county ice plant that needs to be replaced. So definitely in support of this.
Councillor Ritz.
Agree, completely support, and particularly with the grant funding available and the clear commitment and fundraising that the Ag Society has done themselves. I think that's really impressive, so absolutely in support.
Councillor DePalm.
Yeah, I'll definitely support it, and with the confirmation that you're going to talk to the village of Delburne and get them in on it as well, makes me feel a little more confident, and yeah, it needs to be replaced. And I definitely agree, it's a Red Deer County facility, but it also benefits others and the village as well. So,
Councillor Ryan Hansen.
Yeah, I'm in support. I think this is just us showing our regional support and following through with what we've made a priority. So.
Yeah, I would agree with the comments around the table. I think, the volunteer group is doing some good work here and trying to get some grant funding. They could have just easily have come to us and said, this needs to be replaced. Can you help us? So, they're trying already to find other sources of revenue to help with this project. And that was kind of one of my questions too, was, are we going to have the opportunity to kind of work with them on that and, explore other opportunities and ensure that they're getting the best value. And I'm hearing that from administration. So that's positive. I'm also believe, as council, if we wanted to chat with them, we could definitely bring them in as a delegation too, as this kind of moves forward. So, there's lots of opportunity for us to connect with this group and ensure this is moving in the direction we want to see. But it has my full support, and then hopefully they're successful with their grant, and then we can move on to next steps from there. And if they don't get the grant, then I guess we reevaluate at that time. So, Councillor Gerard, closing comments?
No, just echo everything that council said. I think this is a fiscal responsible thing for us council to do and the county to do to help support the CVEP grant. So. And it is a widely used facility, and I think we should do all we can to keep it going for all the county and even our neighbors.
Perfect. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on to item 6.1, getting into our development applications today. Mr. Bach.
Good morning. So this is to consider a referral from the Natural Resources Conservation Board for an application to construct a new sheep dairy confined feeding operation on the northeast 3137-1 west of the 5th. The land is located about 5.6 kilometers south of Sylvan Lake, and it's adjacent to Range Road 15 and Township Road 380. The parcel or the quarter section is zoned agricultural. And the applicant is proposing a new sheep dairy CFO, looking to construct a 48.8 meter by 33.5 meter dairy barn with 800 dairy ewes with lambs. The NRCB requested comments and the following questions. And I know we have another application coming up after, but I won't repeat these. Is the application consistent with the municipal development plan? Are there any intermunicipal development plans or area structure plans that apply to the area covered by the application? And if yes, is the application consistent with those documents? What is the land use zoning of the application site and surrounding lands within the 800 meters under your land use bylaw? And does the application meet the required municipal setbacks? So the MDP section 3.5.3 states that input from the county shall be provided to the NRCB for new or expanded CFOs and shall be supported if it meets criteria listed out in 3.5.3 BI to 3, I guess II. The county shall support new or expanding CFOs if they are not located within the exclusion area buffer, are compatible with adjacent land uses, and are not located within urban fringe. This proposal is outside of the exclusion area buffer, and the proposal is outside of any IDP or ASP plan areas in urban fringe. Subject land is zoned ag as well as the surrounding land uses within 800 meters of this quarter section. County setback requirements, they meet. Front yard is 46 meters from the provincial gravel county highway. Beyond that, and same with the side and rear yard, which is minimum 7.5 meters. Site plan does not show or indicate any measurements for the setbacks, which oftentimes we get from these, but we can measure it from our GIS system. So our county map shows existing barn located approximately 172 meters from the road and 586 meters. Got a rear yard there of fairly substantial. North side is 476 meters and south side is 292. So well beyond setback requirements. And this is just showing a little bit more detail and with a new area photo. At this point, the recommendation from administration is that Red Deer County advise the NRCB that proposed application is compliant with the county's municipal development plan, land use bylaw, and required municipal setbacks, and that if council so chooses, provide specific additional comments for inclusion in the NRCB submission. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for the report. Questions for administration? Councillor Palm?
Thanks for that report. This is a new one for me, I have to honestly admit. It's kind of fascinating, actually. I guess the one question I would have is it going to have like a lagoon and that, like the dairy CFOs? Like where are they going to put all that stuff? Because if it's just going to be that one barn, is that, I'm a little confused in that aspect.
So through the CAO to Councillor DePalm, yeah, it's a new one for me as well. This is the first one I've seen since I've come here, and apparently it is a thing. Sheep milk is a thing. They make cheese out of it, the whole 9 yards. So I had not seen this before. What you're probably seeing in this particular case, the landowner owns 4 quarter sections, so all in that particular area.
Okay.
And I had the same question. What they're doing in this case, it doesn't surprise me. You'll see these types of operations, especially down in the States, where they're just flushing them through, and there is no manure containment. The land is the manure containment. So there'll be, I'm assuming what'll happen is that they're basically pasturing on that quarter section and or the adjacent ones. Okay. So there's no containment. It's just straight on milking machines in a shed. Boom, 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 and then just run them through.
Okay, so a little different setup than a dairy, how they're rotated and confined in that. Okay, yeah, because I was a little confused because all you see on the thing is a building. That's it. There's no pen. There's no right. So I was just those are the concerns I had on that. And yeah, totally new to me. I kind of cool, right?
Councillor Ryan Hansen, any questions? Councillor Gerard, Councillor Brewster, Councillor Carly Hansen, Councillor Ritz. You mentioned the landowner owns 4 quarters. So does he have the one across the road? Like that's not a house directly across. That's just a farm site there on the east side.
I'm not sure if he owns, to me, again, through the CAO to Mayor Ramsey, I believe that's just a farm site or extension of the farm site that he's got there, but he does own the quarter section directly across, the one straight south and the one kitty corner to the southeast. Yeah, that's as much as I know.
Yep, no, fair enough. If there's no further questions, I believe Councillor Carly Hansen, this is in your division. Give you first crack at it.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that Red Deer County advise the NRCB that the proposed application is compliant with the county's municipal development plan, land use bylaw, and any applicable intermunicipal development plans or area structure plans and required municipal setbacks. And the council, I don't think I have anything to add to it. Yeah, yeah. New to me too. I love sheep though, so this is fun.
Councillor Ritz, comments or debate? Councillor DePalm?
No, I have nothing. I'm interested to see what it is, actually. Yeah.
Councillor Ryan Hansen? Councillor Gerard? Councillor Brewster?
I feel like there's a Red Deer County feta that we're about to,
Yeah, no, this is exciting, certainly unique, and hopefully just adds to the diversity of agriculture in our area. So I would have no comments to add to this one at this time.
Okay.
Any closing comments?
No, let's do it.
Okay, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving into item 6.2, another CFO.
So for the sake of speed, I'm going to blaze through some of these more boring slides that is just basically a repeat from the last, if that's okay. But I will get to the details. This one is to consider a referral from the NRCB for an application to expand an existing CFO by increasing the number of milking cows from 80 to 180 and replace and expand an existing manure storage pad. This is all located within the Southeast 1834, 1 west of the 5th. Location is about 5 kilometers west of Bowden, adjacent to Township Road 342 and Range Road 15. Again, it's zoned ag. The intent is, like I said, to expand an existing dairy CFO and to replace an existing manure storage facility going from about 62 meters by 31 by 3.4 to 100 meters by 31 meters by 4 meters. So a little wider, a little longer, and a little deeper. Yeah, I'm not going to, we'll move on to the next one. And we could go through this if you want, but this is a repeat from last slide, so I think we can move to the next as well. This CFO is outside the exclusion area buffer as indicated in map 2, new confined feeding operations exclusion areas of the MDP. The proposal is also outside of any IDP or ASP plan areas and urban fringe area. The subject land and the surrounding land is within the 800 meters or zoned agricultural district. County setback requirements, again, 46 meters from county road and 7.5 meters from the side yard. The site plan shows distance here to the closest residence is 333 meters. County map shows the location of the existing manure storage facility at approximately 164 meters from the north boundary and 367 meters from Range Road 15, so well within and beyond our setback requirements. At this point, the county is advising the NRCB that the proposed application is compliant with the county's MDP, land use bylaw, and required municipal setbacks, and that if the council so chooses, provide specific additional comments for inclusion in the NRCB submission. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Questions on this application? Go ahead, Councillor DePalm.
I guess just one, with them making that lagoon bigger, like it's going to be closer to that resident over there. So if there is a problem with smell, making it bigger, they would have to call NRCB for a complaint then?
So through the CAO to Councillor DePalm, yeah, it's at that point it's an NRCB thing, and whether or not they're compliant with manure units and what that setback distance would end up being. So that's a discussion between the NRCB and the applicant at that point.
Okay.
At this point, they're stating that they're compliant with NRCB rules and regulations. So I believe that that it has been addressed.
Okay. So I guess I don't know if you can answer. So would that person have been notified that they were doing this since they're so close?
Through the CAO, yet again to Councillor DePalm, I believe that is the case, that they would be involved in that referral process.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Didn't see many takers. Councillor Brewster, you want to go ahead with a motion?
Sure. I would like to move that we advise the NRCB that the proposed application, file RA 25053, is compliant with our municipal development plan, land use bylaw, and intermunicipal development plans or area structure plans, and they have gone by the required municipal setbacks.
Any other comments or debate going around the room? Not seeing it. Yeah, to Councillor DePalm's questions, yeah, we're always in a tough spot with these. We're putting, we're required to put our trust in the NRCB that they're going to regulate these things and make sure that it's all being done properly and protecting the neighbors too. So yeah, hopefully the process is working. Councillor Brewster, any closing comments?
No, I was actually just by there not long ago, and it's a really well maintained, really nice facility. So I think hopefully they're good neighbors.
Thank you. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Looking at the clock, we probably got time for one more. Item 6.3.
Good morning. This is to consider granting first reading to bylaw number 1002/2026I to redesignate 9.7 hectares from direct control district number 20, which is a church and monastery and community facility, to agricultural district on part of the Northeast 1638, 26 west of the 4th, and to set the public hearing for September 8th of this year. The parcel is located 7 kilometers east of the city of Red Deer. The parcel is accessed from Ridge Road 263, which is a gravel county road. The parcel is multi-zone, consisting of direct control district number 20 and agricultural district. The applicant is requesting redesignation from direct control district number 20 to agricultural district to facilitate a second subdivision from the quarter section. Surrounding parcels are zoned agricultural district, and the parcel is not located within an intermunicipal development plan or an area structure plan. The parcel is not also within an environmentally significant area. This application will be referred to internal and external agencies as well as adjacent landowners for comments or concern once first reading has been granted. Proposed amendments will also be provided via the county news, online post on the county's website, and social media prior to the public hearing date. As part of the agenda, this report has been shared online. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. Recommendation is to grant first reading to bylaw number 1002/2026I and set the public hearing date for September 8th of 2026. Thank you.
Thank you for the report, and just always a reminder to council, this is a first reading with a public hearing, so just to be a little cautious with your questions. With that, are there questions of the report at this time? Councillor DePalm.
Thanks for that. So my only question is, I was trying to look back and see where we did this in the first place. Will that be included in the public hearing information? Because from what I remember, there was a reason why we did it that way. So, through the CAO to members of council, yeah, we will include in the second reading report a little bit of background and history as to how this became a multi-zone parcel. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Ryan Hansen.
I don't have Dana's history and experience behind my belt. So what is a direct control district?
Through the CAO to members of council, a direct control district is a separate district from other districts in our land use bylaw, which are specific to land use on that particular quarter. So we have, I don't know, maybe 20 or 25 separate individual direct control districts. In this case, it was set up for the monastery and church, which is part of the multi-zone parcel that we're talking about here. So direct control district is just that little area where the church buildings are. The rest of that quarter is zoned agricultural.
Okay, so there's a church there right now.
Correct.
Okay. And the intent is to facilitate a subdivision.
What they want to do is to take the church area, which is direct control district number 20 currently, and rezone it to agricultural so that they can do a second subdivision, which will include the church area out of that quarter.
Thank you.
Councillor Gerard, Councillor Brewster, Councillor Carley, Councillor Ritz. Yeah, I have a few questions. I'll save them for September 8th. The one thing I just heard in there around direct control districts, maybe new council members might need a briefing note on some of our DCDs and what kind of, how that zoning works a little bit. So just something to flag there. Councillor Ritz.
I move we grant first reading to bylaw number 1002-2026. 1, and set a public hearing date for September 8th, 2026, as per 4.0.
Perfect. So motion for first reading and to set the public hearing. Any comments or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Is lunch here? Okay, we'll take a quick break for lunch. We still have a little bit of agenda left and of course our GPC meeting. So we'll try to come back at 12:30.
30 and 59 seconds.
Is our technology holding up, Miss Rodwell? Okay, I think I got a thumbs up. Okay, council, we left off at item 6.4, offsite levy request. Now it looks like Miss Ventry. Whenever you're ready.
I'll start off my PowerPoint here. So this is to consider deferring offsite levies that are owing on Block A, Plan 5112 NY for a recently approved accessory building. The parcel is located within the hamlet of Spruceview and is accessed from Highway 54, which is an asphalt provincial highway. On June 23rd, 2026, the Municipal Planning Commission approved a development permit application for the accessory building. As a condition of development, the applicant is required to pay offsite levies according to bylaw 2001/10, Schedule D for Spruceview. The owner of the parcel is requesting for the offsite levies to be deferred. The offsite levy bylaw for Spruceview states the following. Point 3 states an offsite levy and transportation contribution are hereby established and shall be paid on land to be developed within the boundaries of Red Deer County as per attached schedules. There is a typo on that slide, but I have the correct wording for point 6 on my papers. So point 6 states, Council of Red Deer County may in its sole discretion waive all or any portion of any levies or contributions required to be paid pursuant to the terms of this bylaw. The offsite levies owing for this parcel are $9,609.05. The applicant is requesting that the offsite levies be deferred due to the scale of the development, which in this case is a 900 square foot accessory building. This bylaw was established in 2001. More recent bylaws exclude the payment of offsite levies on accessory buildings and proposed development where the development is considered to be a minor improvement. Our recommendation is to grant approval to defer the offsite levies as per alternatives 4A. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Are there questions of administration? Councillor Gerard?
Can we reduce the levies to reflect the square footage of the building?
We did that calculation, and the levies for the square footage of the building, if we're going even bigger than 900 square feet, so we based our calculation off 2,500 square feet, the total balance for offsite levies owing would be $37.27.
Great deal.
Councillor Brewster, any questions? Going around the room. No questions. Seeing none on this side. Councillor Ryan Hansen.
Yeah, so it says a bylaw was established in 2001. So are we going off of an old bylaw or? So the offsite levies, once established, that's the date that they were established. We don't update them.
Okay, so then it says more recent bylaws exclude the payment.
Sure.
I'll maybe speak to that. So offsite levy bylaws, we do review them periodically. And some of our newer ones, such as Gasoline Alley or Springbrook, we actually added a minor improvements or accessory buildings exemption clause from offsite levies. Some of our older ones don't have that clause in there. So an accessory building or any minor improvements, we would have to bring them forward to you for waiving. We are looking at, we have to amend our our offsite levy bylaws due to Bill 28. So we're looking at the option to actually include that later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, Councillor Carly Hansen, this is in your division.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to grant approval to defer the offsite levies as per alternatives 4.0A.
Any comments or debate? Councillor Palm, Councillor Rihanna Hansen, Councillor Gerard. Seeing none, yeah, this is something we see quite frequently with accessory buildings and our existing plans. So I don't have an issue supporting this one. Councillor Carly Hansen, you're good. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on to item 6.5. And it looks like Mr. Barr is back.
back by popular demand. This is to consider first reading of bylaw number 1019/2026-A that proposes various amendments to the Gasoline Alley West Major Area Structure Plan as indicated in your attached Schedule A in your report, and to set the public hearing date for September 8th of this year. Purpose of the Gasoline Alley Major Structure Plan is to provide a high-level land use planning framework for future growth and development within Gasoline Alley West. The plan area encompasses approximately 627 hectares of land and is located directly adjacent to the southwest corner of the city of Red Deer between Highway 2 and 2A. Originally, the original Gasoline Alley West MASP was adopted back in June 7th of 2016. Since that time, there have been a number of changes within Gasoline Alley West, as well as changes and additions to the county's land use planning documents that affect the plan area. As a result, several amendments are being proposed to update the major structure plan to ensure consistency with the county's stat plans, including the recently adopted Red Deer Intermunicipal Development Plan. It was adopted in 2025. The previous IDP included policies that placed restrictions on total population as well as building heights within a plan area. Those policies, however, were not included in a new IDP. Therefore, the county is proposing to amend various sections of the major area structure plan to reflect these changes, as well as changes to legislation as well as the built environment. The attached strike-through copy of the plan illustrates all proposed amendments to the MASP. All text and figures that are highlighted in yellow and struck through are to be removed. All the text that is colored red is proposed to be added. The features that are being added to this document immediately follow each of the crossed out figures in your Schedule A. Some notable amendments to the plan include removal of sections 8.1.2 and 8.1.3, which limit the maximum population to 8,000 people, and also limits building heights within the Gasoline Alley West area in accordance with the previous IDP. We did some rewording of sections 8.4.3 and 8.7.3 to reflect the amendments to the land use bylaw that were adopted by the county as per direction that was provided by policies that are in the existing ASB. Since then, the Gasoline Alley West MASP, both the municipal or the mixed residential, commercial C7, and commercial core districts have been added to land use bylaw, so those policies are somewhat irrelevant now. And we're looking to remove and replace figures 1 to 14 to reflect changes in the built environment, amendments to various planning documents and legislation, as well as the adoption of new plans such as Red Deer IDP and the Waskesiu, that's a new one, Waskesiu Local Area Structure Plan. This bylaw amendment application will be referred to internal and external agencies as well as landowners that are within and adjacent to the subject area for comments and concerns as part of the agenda. This report has been shared online. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. Public hearing will be advertised in accordance with the county's advertising bylaw. Staff recommendation is to grant first reading to the proposed bylaw and set the public hearing date as stated in alternatives 4A. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Questions on this one? Go ahead.
Will there be new like maximum population and building height requirements in it, or it's just they're just going to be taken right out?
So through the assistant CAO to Councillor Hanson, there is no maximum population within that particular area. The way that's the plan itself will kind of limit it based on the residential components that are basically proposed within that particular area. So we're assuming it probably maximum is going to be in that 5 to 5,500 range just based off the plan itself. At the time when the IDP, the previous IDP was in place, the city really did not want to see another kind of a city, for lack of a better term, or a major town being proposed or developed on their periphery. But we have come to our senses since that particular time, and we've decided that how they plan within their city and how we plan within the county we're going to keep to our own policies, and rather than them extending into on our area, essentially. That said, we're being reasonable in terms of what we're trying to achieve within Gasoline Alley West. There's no building height, though. That's basically regulated by our land use bylaw. So again, if anything got higher than what we're allowing within those new districts, then we would be looking at discretionary uses and such. But it was kind of onerous because it was limiting our height as well as the number of buildings that could be at a certain height. And again, we just did not want to be, they didn't want to get into our wheelhouse, and we weren't trying to get into theirs either when we went through the IDP. So that was the conclusion that we had at the end of the day. And so it wasn't included in the IDP.
Councillor Brewster, questions ahead of? Okay. Any questions on this side of the room? Well, I do have one. This is county driven, not applicant driven?
So through the CAO this time to Mayor Ramsey, sorry. Oh my God. Wow. I just had a Nanaimo bar. It's just like, wow. They're really good, by the way. I'm pulling it together. Okay. This is completely county driven. So again, it's part of that where we had talked about updating our area structure plans around the city. This was one where we started digging into it a little bit. We thought maybe we could just do some minor amendments, but at the end of the day, it needs a full-on, pretty decent update. So we just said, well, let's pull the Band-Aid off and do it properly while we're at it. So rather than doing one or two amendments to address the height in the building, we said, let's just get into it and amend it all. So that's where it is county driven though.
Yeah, thanks for the clarity there. So the public hearing could be September 22nd, not September 8th, when we have 3 hearings already?
Absolutely.
Okay. Councillor Ritz.
I move that we grant first reading to the proposed bylaw and set the public hearing date as stated in alternatives 4.
Comments or debate? Councillor Palm, Councillor Ryan Hansen, going around the room. I always struggle when we start stacking up public hearings, but no one else seemed to have a concern, so we'll go with the flow and hopefully we can get through them all that day. I guess with that, Councillor Ritz, did you have any closing? All those in favor of first read? Carried unanimously. We have one more item remaining on our agenda. It is a closed session item, so we would need, I think ahead of the report, we need a motion to go in camera. Councillor Ritz.
I move we go into closed at 12:44.
Closed. Any questions on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Just give staff a moment. Sorry, we're all over the place today. This is your area, right, Councillor Paul? You don't have to. Okay, coming into open session, Councillor DePalm.
So I move that we accept the roadway proposal presented in closed session as protected under all those acts. And Red Deer County Council accepts the recommendation as presented in closed session to remain confidential until such time that the information is released by the government of Alberta.
Perfect. Any further comment on that?
My apologies, Mayor Ramsey. The resolution should say accepts the recommendation as amended in closed session.
Update that to amended.
Perfect. Okay, everyone's clear on what we're voting on? Seeing nods, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. We need one more motion for this meeting. Councillor Carly Hansen
Motion to adjourn at 1:49.
moves to adjourn at 1:49. All those in favor of adjournment? Okay, carried. We got through one meeting today.
Whatever, really?
That